What's up, everybody? Good to see you all today. What's up, Bluegrass? Jat, hello. North Star, hey, Roush. Good to see you. Zionzi, Mr. Franz, Mr. Meyer, I should say. Bizarre, Banelink, JJ, what's going on? Good to see you all today. Hey, that's really awesome, Catnip. My Christmas plans are pretty, simple for... Look, you can see a Gibbs tail. Are pretty simple for this year. I'm going to be home for Christmas itself. I'll go see some family in the early part of January, most likely. But I'm doing a grocery order tomorrow, which will have just the final couple things I need. And then on Wednesday, before I go live for stream, I'm going to prep. So I will be live Wednesday for sure. I'm going to do some of the cooking the day before, mostly prep work. And then I'm not 100% sure, but I'll probably be live on Christmas Day, at least a little bit. It may not be like a full stream. It may not even be gaming. I might just go live for a little bit and hang out here and chat with you guys. And, we'll see. But I'm going to cook my own little Christmas dinner that morning. I made a menu and kind of laid out how to do everything so that I'm not... Because the number one thing that kills a holiday meal is not recipes. It's not recipes being done incorrectly. It's not... It's all timing. It all comes down to timing. Whether you're cooking a small meal just for one person and a dog, or you're cooking a big holiday meal for, a dozen people or more. So I planned it all out ahead of time. I wish I could do a cooking stream, but I don't have the ability to set up any of my hardware in a position where I'd be cooking. I could, cook and do it actively. That would be really cool. If I'm ever able to get enough funding in order to replace this PC, then this one could get moved and be in my kitchen, and I could do little cooking streams or something with that, or anything with it, but we gotta get there first. Also, what's up, Mangaron? Good to see you. But I've got a little menu laid out for my Christmas dinner, and it's... Because my budget is tiny, I'm not buying things in addition to my grocery order. I'm basically amending parts of my normal Christmas order with some slightly more holiday-themed items. So, instead of getting English muffins, which I have with my breakfast quite often, I'll get the dinner rolls. Instead of one of the bags of spinach or broccoli that I have with my dinner most evenings, I'll get some Brussels sprouts. Instead of, the lunch meat that I'll get for sandwiches, I'll be getting the small ham that I'm doing for Christmas dinner. So, thankfully, my tiny little budget will be able to afford it, because it's mostly substitutions to my normal grocery order, not additions. So, it's going to be fun. So, when I saw you go to Mars with so little time left on the stream recording, yeah, that sucked so much, but, I'm glad we're going to be able to finish it today. So, yeah, Bizarre, you said with today's RAM prices changing, PC is unwise. I don't doubt that, but this PC ain't going to last that much longer. This PC wasn't top of the line when I got it, and that was 7 years ago. And the only upgrades it's had is I did upgrade the GPU. It's still not a high-end GPU. And some RAM and one additional solid-state drive. But, yeah. Serge, good to see you. Catnip, I think I said hello, but you get a second one. Kazendo, what's going on? Hey, Cherry Onion. So, obviously, for those who saw, either through the VOD on YouTube or were live for here or on YouTube, we're on Mars, and we don't have that much time left in this campaign, so that's not going to be the totality of today's stream. And I didn't really plan enough on what I'm going to play after we finish Mars, so maybe we'll just go into a TFTD run. Same thing, kind of, you know, just the same kind of premise, just a vanilla Superhuman Ironman run of TFTD, just to kind of go back through the originals and get them ready to go. Because I don't really have anything else set up. I mean, I could go into, like, XCOM 2. We obviously already have that set up. I could play something completely different, but I try to make the most of Saturdays, because that's when, well, more of you tune in, to be fair. And more of you can tune in because of the time. And XCOM is obviously kind of the big thing on this little channel here. And we've had some success with other games, mostly Darkest Dungeon and FTL, getting introed to the stream and doing well. You know what might get streamed on Christmas Day? Because the day before Christmas is Wednesday, so we're going to be doing Warhammer Wednesday on Christmas Eve with our current Wood Elf campaign. I might stream that on Christmas as well, because that's a little lower stakes, a little easier to kind of take time and chat and hang out and not feel like the game's just sitting interminably on pause. Even though every game I play is generally turn-based, and I can sit as long as I want, some of them feel like they feel different when you're sitting on pause and just waiting as opposed to going. So we'll adjust accordingly. I was able to get, obviously, my webcam and my headset working today, so I'm able to hear and you guys can see my ugly mug. So, yeah. Warhammer Wednesday's doing better. The number one thing to getting a game to stick on stream is it has to be shown consistently. Because I don't get to watch Twitch as much anymore as I would like to. I still watch one or two other streamers. Basically, I catch Ghost Wizards when I can, I catch Hillhome when I can, and I catch Lethal Frag when I can. Those are pretty much the only streamers that I get the opportunity to watch, and usually that's 30 minutes to an hour while I'm doing something else, and that's basically it. So, but as a viewer, not just a streamer, consistency, someone being consistent was the reason that I would be able to continue to watch them play something. So even if they only streamed a couple of days a week, QuickMind, I'm able to catch QuickMind on Sundays usually because he does weekend streams. And that was leading to my point. Generally speaking, outside of, you know, some real life thing like a holiday or something else happening, I know when those guys are going to be live. Now, my schedule hasn't been that consistent this year, which explains a lot of things with why, one of the reasons the stream hasn't done quite as well as it could this year. But to intro a game to where people are going to tune in for it, you need to do it more than just sporadically. And honestly, more than once a week. So Warhammer Wednesdays are good right now, but it's only one day a week. So, yeah, might try to find another day to do some more of that. What is that in my camera? Oh, it's the arm of the chair. I was like, what is that? Because it looks lighter covered. It's the arm of this chair behind me that's turned the other way. Because the arm rest was so worn out that it's not the same black as the chair anymore. I was like, what is that? Because it's catching the light from the window. Anyway. So yeah, we might try to do we might do Warhammer on Christmas Day just because it's cozier in a sense. I know it's war and all you're doing is fighting, but it's not FTL or XCOM. Of course, we could do something completely different. I'm just going to play Christmas Day by ear. So. Alright. Oh yeah, the whole chair is that way. It's facing the other way and it has this blanket on it so that I have it in easy access if I want it because it's been chilly. But we're going to play some XCOM UFO Defense today. What we play after we finish Mars, we'll see. Maybe TFTD, maybe FTL, maybe Slay the Spire, maybe XCOM 2. I don't know. First, let's finish off this XCOM UFO Defense Superhuman Ironman campaign. Let's go. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever time it is for you, wherever you are. Ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, thanks for being here. I'm the voice, and this is The Echo, where everybody has a voice. That means me, you, our games, our characters, our stories, our heroes and villains, successes and failures, the ups, the downs, the good, the bad, the wins, and the losses in all things sci-fi and fantasy, particularly and especially gaming. This is a place where we come together to enjoy those things alongside challenging gameplay in a chill environment as part of an awesome community of amazing people. That's each and every one of you. Whether it's your first day here, whether you're a long-time regular, whether you're a lurker or a chatter, whether you recently returned to the stream, stumbled in by accident, got here through a raid one day, found us on YouTube, are tuning in live on the YouTube side, or have no earthly idea how you got here. The time you guys choose to spend here is awesome and amazing and extremely valuable to me, so thank you very much for that, and thank you for all the ways you guys choose to support the stream, the channel, the community, and me, and give me the continued opportunity to create this space, curate this experience, and share some good times, good vibes, and good games with a great group of awesome people. Today, we are going to be finishing up the Mars finale of our classic XCOM UFO Defense Superhuman Ironman vanilla campaign, and then we'll be playing something else. We'll decide on that as we kill the brain on Mars, but let's get into that. Alright, I'm going to make sure that the audio's not too loud when I switch, but I won't know until I load. Yeah, that's loud. Alright, you guys let me know how the audio sounds, because obviously we had to change the audio the other day. And I think we lost a hover tank, but I closed the game out without save and abandon. I didn't go save and abandon, I just closed the game out because I was frustrated.
Today we face the monsters that are at our door and bring the fight to them. Today we are canceling the apocalypse.
Nice, Mazoral. Okay, so we are on the surface of the Mars. Audio seems okay. Let me know if it needs to be adjusted. More like starting Apocalypse after this game is not. I don't even have Apocalypse installed, so no. Ah! How hard is it to throw over the tank? Goodness. I need to start my scumbag counter. Not that I think it'll matter. Hold on. When the fuck? Just bear with me, guys, because, I just noticed, if you see that donation goal at the top of the screen, that goal was a new one that I started at the middle of the month after my Twitch payout process. That's how my months work, is mid-month to mid-month, because that's when I get paid by Twitch. I started a new one like during last stream, and it was at $20. It's overfilled, and apparently some donations came in when I was offline, but yeah, 11 hours ago. This one's anonymous, but it was a $150 donation. That says, thank you for the XCOM UFO Defense, love to see it. That's incredible. What? I don't even know who you are because it's anonymous, but thank you immensely. And then, on top of that one, is from Bob of Buffalo, 8 hours ago. For 300. Now, I don't know if those individuals wanted to do it completely anonymously and not publicly, but I can't help but share how blessed I am. to have had that goal completely shatter when I was offline. I wasn't even here yet. That was this morning. Before I would ever have been live. I can make it to next payday. Wow. So, to those contributors, those supporters, thank you immensely for literally keeping me going and making it a very Merry Christmas. My Christmas dinner will be all the more awesome because I get to enjoy it knowing you guys were the reason for it. So, wow. Alright, that's it. Good day, guys. I'm joking. How shitty would that be? Alright, thanks for the stream. Bye. I'm making a joke because I'm still flabbergasted. Wow. Alright, let's win Mars. Oh, hello! You little shitbird. I thought I had the old goal still up somehow or something had glitched, but nope. Alright, 2 scumbags. Now, the only disappointing part of this campaign, because of the nature of how it played out, was that most of the crew on the final mission is just unnamed rookies. Because I just went, I prioed psi strength, since I was not rushing to the end, but not taking my time to get to it either. How great would it be if we got blaster bombed? And we just move right on to something else. I can breathe. Not the exit. Neither of those is the exit. So we're pretty far from the exit, because I'm guessing it's over here somewhere. Because remember, this is vanilla, so the map isn't that big. That's probably the exit right there. Yeah, that's the exit you can see, because there's just nothing else taking up space on the cursor. Right, Olsen? Welcome to XCOM. Where are we going? Mars. Fuck!
New donation from Anonymous for $10.
Thank you, Anonymous. Whomever you may be, for that awesome contribution. Thank you so much. That's going to be a Christmas treat for Gibbs right there. That's what that one's going to be. Earmarked already. Hey, Gibber Dibber, do you want to come say hi? Do you want to come say hi? You're not normally on this side, but come on. Come on. Oh, you can do it. There he is. Come on. There's the big boy. Oh. Nope. That's just too much work for him. Getting up on the arm of the chair, just not his thing right now. You go lay down. We'll try again in a bit. You're my favorite. All right. Yes, I know. I'll get him over here later, but I've got the space heater right there, and I don't want him to knock it over or get burned or anything, so. Oh, yeah. Topaz, 100%. You can have soldiers running around here in no armor because they didn't think anyone would ever do that, so they didn't code it in any way to, you know, be indicative of, hey, this is not the same environment. Quite amusing. Just scanning morale here. Why we took people with higher psi strength.
New donation from someone for $15. Throw in a treat for Gibbs as well.
There we go. Perfect. You're getting all the treats. Yeah. I'll do my grocery order tomorrow and I'll get some treats for the Gibbs. Excuse me? You know what? Okay. This one died and another one died. This one died. But this fucker's alive. Because of this rock, I think. Blocking the explosion as if he was around a corner. He's not alive anymore. That is... Yeah, it is the exit. But in order to take the tanks down, you either have to blow out the wall, or you have to, kill everything on the surface, which is much more doable in vanilla. Also, hard mode will probably be on the... I talked about this the other day. We will play hard mode again at some point. I just don't have an immediate timetable for when, so... Hey, Skaw. Good to see you. Boom! Get wrecked. Sectoid? More like rectoid. Yes, that joke is old and will be repeated. Probably today. The number one reason to have them inside this, if I can, is because they can't get killed by a blaster launcher if they're in there. At least not a single hit. Now, there's no smoke covering this, so... Oh, and there's another shooter there. And he just took a hit. That was probably a sectoid with a heavy plasma, because the 3 shots were very close together. It could have been a Cyberdisc on reaction with snaps, but that tank is probably dead. It was, in fact, dead. I was gonna say, there's another shooter over there. And there's something in this vicinity. Yep. Come on. Oh, come on. It's like you're a bunch of rookies. Okay. Is this a blaster? No. Good. Good. Okay, I think that was 4. 1, 2, 3, and the disc. Uh-huh. That'll play. Disc go boom. They all kind of went boom. It was a blaster shot. Blaster launcher shot. For the longest time. Oh. Oh yeah, Jat. 100%. No doubt about that. That's enough damage and enough kills rapidly that we might start seeing some panic from them. Yeah. Yep, their commander panicked. It doesn't seem like there's that many left, so, okay, one of them's over here, because we see a dropped weapon. Probably the commander. There's so few left at this point that it's probably actually more time and energy efficient to kill them all than to move to the exit. So we're going to try to hunt the rest out. It also means we can take everything with us, equipment-wise. And if that was the commander, which I suspect that it was, then the others are going to panic even further. Yeah, Cursed. Most of the soldiers were avocado-brained and could not withstand the psionic pressure of Mars, so it's mostly unnamed rookies. I shot. Well, that's probably the last one. Not quite. Gotta be close, though. Problem is that the last one's not panicking or berserk. Could have, like, a blaster launcher on him and actually kill some folks. And we wouldn't want that. Where is he? Where are you? I had a feeling. Alright, surface cleared. Now the actual tough part. So this is the corner. Wow. Opposite map edges. Screw you, game. Yeah. Found it. Okay, I'm not joking. From this wall, I knew that this was... I guess if you've seen it enough times... One of the only places where it's not a 3-tile walkway or opening. It's a 2-tile hallway. That only happens in a couple of the modules that are in the base. Most of the time it's a 3-tile hallway. But around the brain's command center, it's a 2-tile. I cannot go... Okay, I was gonna say, I can't go there, so there must be something there. So, none of my blaster launchers are here. They're all over here. Mm-hmm. There might be one on the floor. Or there are. Yeah, there are some on the floor. A couple hits. Oh, he's at 7 time units. Yeah, that ain't happening. Bro! Should've brought a laser rifle or two. I normally do. Dude! That is just a whole nother level of stupid. I think it's fair to say I kind of forgot about chrysalids here. Kinda. Is that not loaded already? That's so dumb. These guys could get destroyed by a chrysalid. Just entirely. They're probably all just gonna get destroyed by this fucking thing, though. Oh, they're normally not that resilient. That's just really stupidly bad luck. All right, let me blaster bomb myself here and lose the whole game on this shot. That's what we do. We live dangerously. That is a direct blaster bomb hit that chrysalid just survived. Direct. Not one tile off, not direct hit. I'm already annoyed at you, Mars. Kills Trojan with one shot. How many times did we shoot that fucking thing? And it gets through a flying suit in one hit? Of course you're dead. Should be happy, right? Who's dead? There's a silicoid over here. I think that's a silicoid too, because this was the explosion. That's not from a silicoid, though. I don't know. Okay. Another one at the door. And then another one in. Sounds about right. Olsen. Here comes the fun. Doo-doo-doo. Yeah. Because we're proximal to the brain there. That was a lid. Size strength's holding. Hello, you little shit. That went through him. That went through his spine. I think the Celatid was here. Maybe not. Where did I see the Celatid? I don't know. Do you have a permit for that? Shit. He didn't produce documentation. I can't just assume he knows what he's doing with that. Any of them could get psi attacked. This is most likely 2 ethereal commanders. Not multiple pings, though. Yeah, I think that they're finding their attacks aren't strong enough. Yeah. This one's most likely standing in this hallway. Yep. Hit the other one. Hit the other one. Oh, it would have been awesome. No! Fuck you! Ah, come on! He eats the shot and doesn't die, gets a return shot and kills them again through a flying suit. Front armor. 1 hit. Oh, balls. Good thing they're the backup crew. Alright. Maybe he's got enough fatal wounds he'll just die on his turn starting. Because if he opens that door, or we get bombed, that's more than one ping, so... Obviously, you guys hear it, too. Fucking, we're fine. Yeah, didn't even... Okay, he did catch morale on somebody. Somebody with... Yeah, right on the lowest end. For psi strength. $12? Yeah, I think you're probably dead. I know that I can shoot through the floor. I know that I can use blaster bombs. I've done this so many times. I'm just... We're enjoying it, you know. Enjoy the moment. As much as it can be enjoyed. It's about the destination, not the... Or the journey, not the destination. It's not about the destination. Oh yeah, Brimcon. Super close. We are... We know where the brain is. I mean, we're standing right underneath it, so... About to be at the completion of this run. And then we're gonna play something else. That's about as much as I know about what we're gonna play next as you guys. I mean, I have some idea. Yeah, some of those rookies have better aim than people who aren't rookies. We didn't extend this campaign super long. Adios. Have a beautiful time. You are dead. I mean, I'll try to help you, but... Nah, just not gonna happen. If I slide this over... Nope. Ooh, there was a lid there. Nice reaction shot. Someone saved themselves from a lid, at least. Now, that's the problem. It's not even the psi attacks. It's the deaths causing panic. Okay, they're holding. But you're dead because this is gonna be your death. That might give you a chance to live if you survive the zombie hits. Also, this is the primary squad over here. Yeah, no way to do that cleanly. What happened over here? Must be a silicoid. Okay. You have the motion tracker and you panicked. And I can't move the tank past you. And I'm not super keen on leaving the tank down here to just get shot, but... they did get killed. Okay. Okay, good. Most of them kept their composure. Including you. They are on the lifts. Oh, you might just get shot in the head there, but... Okay, you kept it under pressure. Come on. Come on! Oh! Good. Alright. Tank gets chewed up by a zombie. It deserves to die. Hello? You don't have a permit for that. Fuck! No way. Yeah, I don't see a way of making that shot happen. Alright. might blow up my own tank. Because cutting along the wall here is the most likely place that this shot goes bad. Could kill them. There's a sectopod out there. Nice shot. Yeah, there's another one. If the fullness of these hits, 4 of these hits were on a single sectopod, it's 2 kills, a sectopod, and something else on one of those hits. Yeah, so there's another enemy out there, probably on the very edge of the explosion, based on the fact that they're not dead. Just hold on, whim. I guess that's who's fucking with his brain. I'm gonna fuck with their brain. I mean, technically, yes. Yeah. What's up, sexy pod? Zero, zero, zero. We're not playing hard mode. Fuck. And it's already been damaged by a fucking blaster bomb. See if we can save Whim. Get wrecked. Yep. That'll do. Well, we're not going to delay this quite as long as we often do. We're not going to go for a full clear. You get to die. There's a silicoid over here. As you enter the chamber, you see the alien brain, the object of your quest. Before you can fire, it communicates to you via a screen at its base. It implores you to listen to its arguments for survival before you make the decision to pull the trigger. I didn't pull the trigger, I threw a grenade. The brain speaks. Many millions of years ago, the planet you call Mars was alive. The life was brought to a barren planet by our civilization as it was to yours. For millions of years, we have visited your planet and genetically developed your species. You cannot kill us. You are part of us. Here is the center of a Martian civilization, the pyramids built millions of years before yours by a species which is your ancestor. No planet is beyond our reach. This power could be yours before long. All we ask is your cooperation. The alien brain is interrupted by a burst of hot plasma, and the entire alien force is defeated. Get fucked! Oh! Alright, good stream today, guys. 33 soldiers lost during the whole campaign. Not too bad, considering we weren't playing for perfection or anything. Not bad. Better than 10-1. That's what we aim for. It doesn't, Thorsnor. Technically speaking, the brain, like from a technical standpoint, in the final mission is just a piece of terrain. It doesn't have any abilities or anything. Floater is the deadliest. Is pretty common because you lose more soldiers early than you do late. But yeah, if the brain is the only thing remaining between you and finishing the mission, you can have a pizza party in the room and nothing can happen to you because the brain is just a piece of, technically speaking, it's a piece of the terrain in the game files for that map. And your victory is tied to destroying one section of that terrain. So there's something small that happened with that campaign that didn't really talk about, but that I just started that campaign and won that campaign. There was no restarts, no special stuff. On Superhuman, played pure Ironman. No restarts, no fumbling, no losing. Just got it done. Every once in a while I'm capable of something. Yeah, friendly fire incidents. I mean, doesn't surprise me. 3 is low for a campaign that did go to completion. So what's next? Yeah, I don't know how many hours that was in total, but it wasn't that long. And I wasn't trying to do it quickly. I wasn't trying to do it slowly either, though. TFTD. I mean, that was the most likely follow-up was go into TFTD. I'll start with custom base, just like I did. Okay, make sure all that's good. I have not done a full XCOM Files run. I don't know how far I got through my XCOM Files run, because I've never done a completion run on that. I got to where aliens were present and showing up, but I just was not feeling it. I didn't continue it because it wasn't meshing with me as much as I would have preferred it did. Hey, we just saw this. No, yeah, no, North Star. I know it's not close to the end. That's where I was. So I wasn't in the early game. I was somewhere in the mid game of Files.
New donation from Voldaris for $20. Down with the scumbags.
Thank you,
Well done.
Voldaris. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I would say... Damn it, I was going to let that play. Let me look at the channel point rewards here and see if I still have a TFTD one. If not, we'll just use the same one for soldiers, but... Yeah, I don't have a TFT one currently queued up, so I'll just change this one to XCOM TFTD. Join the fight. Queue them up! Yeah, so TFTD just got, or excuse me, Files just got even more repetitive than classic XCOM already often is. But it wasn't repetitive in an enjoyable way. And what I mean by that is, hard mode is pretty repetitive. Especially because it requires a lot of fighting from the player. Like, you have to fight a lot of missions to keep hard mode going. But the fights are difficult, even against a small craft. There's always a chance you're just going to get grenaded or bombed or just blown up. Files became repetitive with very long, big missions with a lot of enemies that were not a challenge at all. It was just a slog. It was, and I know you're not supposed to do every mission, but I, to a degree, dislike when the best way to play the game is not to play the game. That's something I've said a lot. And I understand that part of that is tactical decision making to choose what is your priority, but so there was definitely some factors that played into Files just not gelling with me. I knew going into Files that it probably wasn't going to be the right fit for me. It's exceptionally bloated with content. And a lot of that content is really cool, really fun, really neat to explore, but a lot of the content also feels like you touch it in the game for a couple of... a small period of in-game time, and then it's just gone. It just bloats the total size of the game without any long-term contribution to the game. To the campaign, but I don't know. Yeah, Franz, we'll get you in. All right, let's double check our options. Custom initial base is fine. Force craft launch, yes. Storage limits, fine. Although, technically that's not vanilla, but neither is some of this other stuff. We're not going to use offensive MC, most likely, so... Airborne transfers, retain, yes. Sneaky AI, sure. Makes them harder. Giggity. UFO extender accuracy, inventory stats, yes. Explosion height, 3. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't say Long War's bloated. I can't agree with that. Long War is longer, but it's not bloated. Every piece of content added to it is exceptionally meaningful. Like, they all have a place. Whereas with Files, there is a whole bunch of crap that has no purpose in the game other than it's here. That may be realistic in some sense because there are thousands of varieties of firearms, just as an example of one of the sources of bloat. But you don't need that in the game for it to feel good and diverse enough. So... All right. Bear with me a second. But yeah, Long War, I feel like the length of the campaign might be the only thing that gets a little bit tedious, but only a tiny bit for me personally. But the content added in Long War, I feel like, is exceptionally well focused. I don't feel like there's any bloat there that's unnecessary. That's just me, though. That's just my opinion. All right, give me 1 second. I want to look at something. Geoscape. I gotta just refamiliarize myself with the actual regions. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, on a large radar, that gets me most of USA's actual interceptable territory, or a good chunk of it. That gets me all of the Euro Syndicate, half of the, or a portion of the Arabian bloc, almost all of the Egyptian cartel, at least in part. Yeah, so. Okay, TFTD, it's flipped. I want topside hangars. Or sub-pens. All right. TFTD. Were the weapons in Long War balanced? Yeah, I feel like very well. Because in Long War, you have additional weapon tiers, like the SMG and the heavy variations, which have appropriate trade-offs to speed, capacity, and firepower. And then you have an additional tier of weapons added in, which spaces out the progression so it feels natural, more natural across the length of the whole campaign. You have 2 tiers added in, actually. So, all right. I have to update it, Goulash. I just switched. We just finished UFO Defense. Don't at me. All right. There. Yeah, just vanilla TFTD, no major mods. I just put UFO TFTD, XCOM TFTD. I'm a professional. All right. Been a while since I last played this game with no mods. It's been a while since I killed these scumbags. Legitimately, because last time I played this, I didn't kill any scumbags. And everything I can remember, as fucked up as it all may seem, the consequences that are endured. I stretched myself beyond my means, yeah, Yeah, last time was a pacifist run. Yeah, so why do you build bases opposite in TFTD to UFO? Because, what Olsen said, modules have a different base layout, and the setup works better for TFTD module layout. So, in this... base design, this gives you 2 double doors right here, and when you build another general stores, it creates another set of double doors, so you have an open line into the choke point, and it creates a block here so that even this becomes your kill corridor, your kill chamber. Basically, all the aliens get funneled into here, and it's very hard for an alien to have enough move to get through this door and through this door. Usually you have people stand at this door and open it, and then people behind this door can shoot down. And same thing here. You sometimes stand at this door, but usually you stand back here and just crack the doors open and shoot through. So you basically just create a kill chamber in this corridor and at the opening to here. And then you can sweep through the sub pens at the end for anything else. Alright. Do we even bother with Gauss weaponry? As in using it. Your research tree in TFTD is deeper and requires more from you, but... but you're not required to do it. Actually, you might have to for the new fighter sub. No, that is transitioning down to the coelacanth, to the Gauss coelacanth. All right. Been a while since I had to pay attention to this research tree. Just a random question. How's your internet speed over there and how much do you pay monthly? Too slow and too much. Alright, we'll start with motion trackers, essentially. You can, Trojan, for sure. The FCC complaint was filed. When the interruption happened the other day, I immediately got in contact with the ISP, and apparently what they are trying to say is that they were doing maintenance on the network at that time on specifically what I had indicated was an issue. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. I still filed the FCC complaint because I literally just last month with the internet interruptions cost me hundreds of dollars, and I live dime to dime as is. So, yeah. I filed the complaint. And I put it in there. I put in the complaint that as I contacted them at that moment, they were indicating that they were doing network maintenance at that time. Why you choose to do network maintenance at 9:20 in the evening is beyond me. I worked for a local ISP. You know when we did maintenance on the network? At like 3 a.m. When as few people as possible. Yeah, we pissed off a couple random late night gamers. But other than that, you don't do even just after 9 p.m., there's still too many freaking people using their service for you to do network maintenance on it at that point. Unless it's emergency maintenance, and it wasn't, because they didn't declare an outage. Because that was what I was saying to them. I'm like, okay, so you're telling me they're working on it, and that's what's interfering with my connection, but you didn't declare an outage. You didn't even put a maintenance alert, like, on the app, or indicate to your customers, we're doing maintenance on the network, this could interfere with your service. All you did was cost me my live stream as I'm going into the finale of UFO Defense. I didn't say that part to them, but that's what I was thinking, so. Kooky, we just finished it. We just destroyed the brain, and we're starting TFTD. Literally just started. We just finished. All right. Oh. It only took an hour, and that was going pretty slowly. It wasn't supposed to be a spectacle of a campaign so much as just a return to form, if you will. Just a, you know, a return to my roots for streaming and all that. That's what that campaign was, you know, intended to do. Just bring us back around. All right. This game is deeply troubling. Well, Kooky, it sounds like you need to get your priorities straight and find a different job so you can catch more of the stream. Duh. I'm obviously joking in case that wasn't clear. But also, get your priorities straight. We'll name soldiers in a few. Ooh. Barracuda. Dum 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 dum. Get wrecked! We're waiting at least till daylight, if not till other stuff comes in. But that's gonna take a minute. Only about 7 hours on some of it. We won't get the tank, but yeah, let's just give that a few hours. All right, let's see what we got. Weak but accurate. Strong and accurate. Right in the middle. Inaccurate but strong. Yep. Okay. What I'll do in this campaign, since this one will go longer than UFO Defense, is as soon as someone hits Squatty, I'll name them. I'm not going to name rookies. They have to survive to get Squatty, and then they get named. I'm peeling this orange, that's why I'm slightly distracted, I'm sorry. But I haven't eaten anything all day, and I'm probably not going to eat till after raid later. Because after stream, I have Nax to lead, and I'm short a bunch of people this week because of the holidays, and that's just always a nightmare, so... And last night's Nax did not go well. I said Squatties, you knew what I meant. If I throw a grenade, he's gonna shoot us. It's gonna end the turn so my door closes. Now he'll have at least used some of his time units. That's a good way to start. Let me know how the game audio is. If it's too quiet, too loud, whatever. Well, there's the sub. It did blow up because we can see damage there. There's another alien over here because this guy was holding a pistol and we saw one before that had a blaster rifle. That's the first alien I've killed in TFTD in a while. Intentionally, at least. Maybe that was the same alien. I don't think it was, though. Because it looked like he was holding a pistol, not a blaster rifle. There was another one over there. Yep. I knowed it. Where did it go? What the hell? So it's Seaman, Able Seaman, and then Ensign. We'll name them at Able Seaman. Able Seaman! Where did this little shit go? Starting off spicy, huh, TFTD? Okay. Okay. Oh, come on. He can't move any further. Neither of them can. Their energy is completely shot. All right. Oh, she can't even drop a grenade. Son of a bitch. You don't have the strength. Fucking come on. Ugh. Yeah. Of course. We could literally be restarting on the first mission here. Because that is just a ridiculous amount of deaths. Of course. And this is going to be right in the way of him getting a shot. Can't drop that. You're probably dead. What are we down to, like 4? We've lost 4 already? Yeah, I think something like that. And you're pathetically weak, so you're not going to be able to throw a grenade over there. It's like 1 enemy left. Aimed shot. He aimed that. Better hope you don't get shot. Where is this alien? Ain't that big of a map. I mean, we know he was over here somewhere. Yeah, of course, okay. I guess I asked where he was, and now I found him, so... Alright, well, 4 dead on the first mission's not ideal. Not even close. We'll sell this nav because we're not going to research it anytime soon. We'll hang on to the sonic weapons. Yeah, barely made enough money back to replace the soldiers. I don't even think we did. Adios uselessnesses. It was exactly. We literally made... I mean, we got more than that because we have sonic weapons that we didn't sell, but yeah. Okay. Welcome back to TFTD. Thanks, game. Glad to be here. Thanks for having me. Feels a little hostile. All right. Cursed orange. Bluegrass. The current heading officer. Nope. No promo yet. Alright, next up is Olsen. Once someone's ready to be named. Scumbag counter was just happened to be even for both there. Also, there. Nope, that's bothering me because it's getting slightly below that line. There we go. Okay. All right. It's quiet. Motion tracker, basically. I'm gonna do medkit and then I'm gonna go into Sonic after that. Why? It's almost nighttime. Ain't nobody got time for that. That's right. I timed you, bitch. Get back on the ground. Or in the water. Officers first in the door. Yeah, lead from the front. Yeah. The 3 officers are the first ones in the door. Oh, your stats. At least you can shoot. Could use another heavy weapon for you, just don't have one. Okay, some decent shooters here at least. We have a coelacanth. We're in a corner. Ruins. Ruins. There are pistols. Little dart pistol, dart gun, is your equivalent, roughly, to the pistol. And all the weapon tiers have pistols, yes. You know, normally I don't do the aqua jet here. I use the other one. Not sure why I chose differently. I guess because I'm actually, like, playing this campaign. It's not the pacifist one, so this thing getting kills is actually relevant. The other one's cheaper. So, yeah. I guess that's why I went with the other one during the pacifist runs, because it just doesn't cost as much. That's exactly why, Brimcon, yeah. So, I will pick one up before the first terror site. Yeah, the Aquajet is linked to the water. Again, been a while since I've actually played through one of these campaigns in a normal way. So I haven't had to think about it in that sense. So much shit in the way. Uh-huh. That might get him. So drop from your shoulder, not from your hand, unless they are going to be shooting that turn, because it's... Unless you don't have the time units, it's just more time unit efficient on future turns. You're investing those time units forward, essentially. Did not kill him. Might have hurt him, but didn't kill him. And I only say might have hurt him because the tile he was standing on did, I think it suffered explosion damage. Nope. Nope, you gotta shoot the bad guy. Nope, you gotta shoot the bad guy. You're gonna shoot the tank. No. Are you sure about that? All this for one scumbag. Yeah. Pistols are not as comparable here as in UFO. Not even close. Definitely have to be more patient and more methodical. Even the vanilla version of this game is, as most people who've ever, tried to play it know, quite a clip up from UFO Defense. I think that was a pistol? It did some damage, so... It was, though, because that wouldn't have fired. The only good thing about the sonic cannon when it's in the hands of the enemy is it has the worst time unit efficiency of any weapon in the game. And so they don't get to get many shots off with it, generally speaking. Of course, our weapons aren't exactly winning prizes for efficiency. Especially not on damage. Yeah, early weapons are not good. I said this during the pacifist run. The pacifist run has the advantage of not only, you know, being challenging and so forth, but it makes use of the shot-for-shot most efficient weapon in TFTD, other than the Disruptor Pulse Launcher. But I would still say it's better than the Disruptor Pulse Launcher because it's applicable in every mission, whereas the DPL can only be used underwater, even once you get a hold of it. The Doomf Launcher goes where it pleases. Yeah, enemies are tankier and our weapons are worse. Exactly, both. Our weapons suck. Doo 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 doo. I will use the Gauss weapons, and I might research them here, but they are generally not incredible. They are, whereas in the vanilla game, the laser rifle can win you the whole game. The Gauss rifle, no. There are some enemies it literally will not hurt. Yeah, much worse accuracy and much less fire efficiency. Yeah, but an upgrade over a piece of shit doesn't mean it's good. It just means it's not a complete piece of shit. Right? Right, that's the main reason that the weapons can feel different too, is you're always going to roll at least a 50%, but often your 50% is going to be resisted, and you're never going to roll a 200% because it doesn't exist in the weapons, in the damage scaling. Okay, there's the craft. It did blow out. You want to try that again? Thank you. Uh-huh. I mean, I guess I should be happy we're hitting him. Be nice if someone decided to, I don't know, do damage? Yes, I know they're doing damage. Shut up. Okay. More reliable isn't necessarily better. I don't think I agree with that statement at all. I think more reliable is almost always better. Especially in the context where we're talking about damage actually done to the enemy. Ugh. Oh, hello. Asshole. Minimum 50% is still better than zero minimum. Not if it isn't capable of penetrating armor. The zero's not going to penetrate the armor. That doesn't make it better than the 50% not being able to penetrate the armor, because that's also saying, well, I could roll 200% and get through the armor. Yeah, you could also not. And more often than not, you're not going to. Right, but that's talking about one specific instance. On average, in most situations, doing at least a minimum amount of damage is going to be better than having a chance to do literally zero. And when most of the enemies are not heavily armored, that guarantee to do at least 50% if your shot hits is substantially better than the chance to do zero. Because when you can roll zero, the best weapon in the game hitting a target with no armor can roll zero and do nothing to them. Whereas at least if you do a minimum of 50%, you're going to do damage if you hit a target with the low enough armor So yes, it is more reliable, and it is better. Within the constraints of that engine. Because you have to remember that the alien armor and resistance profiles are also balanced around the 50 to 150 range. So it's... the system is more designed to handle that range. That's all weapons. All weapons in TFTD roll on 50 to 150 instead of 0 to 200. Magus. The hell's my phone? It's 4:30 my time, and I'm gonna be trying, as long as the internet and everything's working, we'll be live till about 7. So I've got a couple more hours left. 7 my time, so that's 2.5 more hours. If everything's cooperative, you know what? Just... Just a second. Need to check one thing. Okay. Just had something I had to read through. Too many other things pulling at my time. More or less expected. Gotcha, bitch. Alright. We didn't lose any soldiers that time. And we got the Zerbite. Yeah, just get a little bit more money. We make sure we have at least one for research, but... oh, man. You know what? Sell these for now. We'll get plenty more. Okay. Because I just rebought the Aquajet when I didn't actually mean to. Because I just did it through the repurchase menu. That's fine. 2 days, we'll buy the other one. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Damn it. They just literally keep appearing right when I'm waiting on... Right when night is about to happen. And right when I'm waiting on my freaking coelacanths to show up. It's basically in the same spot the other one was. Like, almost identically. Are you going full speed? Yep. Not gonna catch it at that point. I thought I bought another duck head. What? I guess I didn't. The music is through a mod. I do have Orchestra of the Deep, which is basically an orchestral rehash of some of the music. Okay, let's get rid of this one. No, no, sell. It's a lot of money. All right. Med kits. All right, let's do gas. It'll go relatively quickly. Okay. All right, shot it down. All right. I guess I should name some of these people before we go. All right. Olsen. Bazaar. Ska. I can't type today. Main link. Cyrevolt. Other ones need to get promoed first. We'll find room to cycle them in either when people die or something. Something happens to them. Alright, here we go. Okay. Map edge there. Did I just see the ship? Yep. There's the sub. Can see the curve of the wall. I think. Yeah, and it's blown out. Cute game. Only the one. Where the hell is he? Because this smoke isn't generating that much cover. Like, it's... Oh, that's irritating. So he definitely got hit by that. Okay. Terrain is miserable for us. That is the corner. Should have moved first, but whatever. Holy crap! Landed where I threw it. It's a flip-flopping miracle. That terrain's just all in my way, so I'm gonna just get rid of it. Third time's the charm? Not for me, it wasn't. For me, sixth time was the charm. Name that movie. Oh. Excuse me. This map is too damn big. That's really all I have to say about that. Okay. Figures. You're pretty strong. That's a very far throw, though. Up to the challenge. I like it. I don't know if he'll have enough to pick and throw. No, he's one time unit short. The problem here is this alien can probably see them, because that smoke is not dense enough. And I threw a proxy, not a Magna Blast, so... How much do you need to throw? 14? Yeah, Afer, I just decided to kind of go back to basics. We did a UFO defense run, now we're doing TFTD. I have UFO extender accuracy turned on. I have custom initial base turned on. I have explosion height set to 3. And I have sneaky AI turned on. Other than that, there's no other mods. So basically quality of life updates, but no major mods. We're just going back to basics and playing through a couple vanilla campaigns. No, not a speed run, but not a slow run either. Like, I won't artificially slow down my progress, but I'm not trying to get through it as fast as possible either. Just a run. I felt like I needed to recenter where I was with my streams and with my games, and so I thought, you know what, let's just go right back to where we started. What we started with. And you guys are ravenous for classic XCOM most of the time, so that helps. Like one alien left. I haven't heard any doors on the ship for like this entire mission. Or sub. Okay. I thought that was a Magna Blast for a second. I was like, wait a second. A, why are those pre-primed? And B, pick it up. But it was a die grenade. Yeah, there's like one alien who's not moving. Yeah, sneaky AI does make it a little bit harder, but it also does make it feel distinctly non-vanilla in a lot of ways, because one of the benefits to vanilla is that you can somewhat predict what the AI is going to do, and that's how you beat challenging games, at least early challenging games, is learn the AI's patterns and learn to exploit it. I was kind of typing out and journaling some of my philosophy with games the other day, and why certain games have been not... I've been fighting games and not enjoying them as much recently, and one of the key tenets for me in a game is I always seek out a challenge. It's very hard for me to play a game that comes too easily. I don't tend to get well into just casual games just for fun. There needs to really kind of feel like there's, if not challenge, advancement at minimum, and generally there has to be some challenge behind it as well. And basically what it boiled down to is, if I could distill my relationship with video games in kind of one sentence, is I'm fine if you kill me, just tell me why. I don't care if a game beats me. I just want to be able to understand why it happened, because then I can learn, adapt to the system, and maybe eventually beat it. It's games where there's not a logical... I don't care if it's unfair. Unfair isn't the problem, because that's also a kind of a misnomer when people say this game isn't fair. A game can be super challenging. It can leave a minimum of a gap through which the player is capable of finding a victory. As long as that gap is consistent and logical and can be learned or discovered through skill and effort, not through just random chance. That is when I get frustrated. I've said it before, difficulty for difficulty's sake is not enjoyable. Difficulty because of good design.
Unfair winking face.
Hey, welcome back for 40 months, nobody. Welcome back to the Echo. Glad to have you here. Even if a game is brutally difficult, as long as there's a reason why it's difficult and it's not just, oh, we made the numbers bigger, have fun. That gets to be, no. Challenge within a system is fine. Challenge just because we don't like the player, no. Best example I have of that, when I played Dark Descent on stream, I went into that game entirely blind. I had never played it before, and I had never watched any gameplay. I watched like 4 minutes of one streamer playing it, and it was mostly 4 minutes of them not doing anything, kind of standing around. So I went into Dark Descent completely blind, and I went Nightmare, no one can hear you scream on my first campaign, knowing it would be exceptionally difficult. The first 3 or 4 missions of that, some of the most fun I've had learning a very challenging game ever. And then the game betrays the player through bad design. It doesn't get harder because it's designed better or well. It gets harder just because they said it gets harder. Arbitrarily, artificially, not through the continuation of its good design. And then at the very end, they just completely screw the player, and they're like, all that work you did? Yeah, no. Narratively, we don't fucking care. So... So, coming back to the games where, yeah, they can be really difficult, but you can understand it, you can learn it, you can adapt to it, you can get better, and given good execution of skill, anyone can win at it. That's the challenge I like. Even if I'll lose 99 out of 100 times, if I can learn it and eventually win it, I'm in. If it's well designed and worth playing. He moved there, so at least he's moving some. Also, we're still before aggression turns, so even in the vanilla engine, an AI might, a single alien might just be standing around at this point of a mission. Darkest Dungeon is a great example of that. Bye, Jat. Are they trapped? Is that why they're not moving? No, there's paths there. There's paths out of there. Fucking hell. At least I think there are. Survived the hit. It did get hit, though. Alright. That's why we never heard him on the shit, because he wasn't on it. Alright. Adioski broski. What I was saying before Jat died, Darkest Dungeon is a great example of that. Darkest Dungeon tells you when you load up the game. There's a text box that says, this game is hard. You will lose heroes. You will fail quests. That's part of the design. So it tells you right up front. And it's not fair about it in a lot of situations. But it's fair enough. And played well, you won't do what I did and screw up right at the end of the campaign. But yeah, anyone can get through it. There is some RNG involved, but it feels earned. The game has earned the right to have some weird RNG against the player because it's well designed and the systems make sense. When a game doesn't do that, that's when no. So, yeah. There you go. The highest rank in TFTD is Captain. Because it's based off naval ranking. And you can't get to Admiral. Wait, no. I already made 4. Stop. Okay. Honker, I said earlier, I'm not naming soldiers until they rank up. So I'm not naming seamen. So they have to hit able seamen and then I'll name them. Also, I have a list, so I'm going in order. So this is North Star. And then Kazando, and then Kovirs, and then Zionzi, and I'll just go in order. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go through the Gauss tree. I wasn't sure. I had said that I probably wasn't going to, but I changed my mind. Do-do-do-do. I'm gonna just pad my money a little bit. We're not gonna be using those anytime soon, so we'll just hang on to them for now. One of each for research, but that gives me more income. Port attack on Tripoli. Well, at least it's right there, and we got the coelacanth in time. Alright, dart guns I'm not gonna use. Get off. Don't need the AP bolts. Get off. Don't have the clips for the Gauss pistols. All right. Through the shores of Tripoli. There we go. Hey, Curse, don't die here. That city's dead, right? Okay. Something else passed out over here, because after their animation, there was another pause. So it's either a civilian or another alien, but that's one deep, one dead. We do want a live deep one. We do not have stun equipment on hand, like explicitly for that purpose at this point, but... It's a live Gillman currently. Alright, let's do... Okay. He might not set that off if he goes this way, because he might just step right out of it. Okay, there's a Gillman in there that got hurt and is only currently holding a melee weapon. I thought you had a harp. I wasn't paying attention to what weapon they were using, clearly. Not even close, baby. Alright. Let's just take it slow. He lived. The deep one set that off, but lived. It's not a live deep one you need. It's a dead deep one. You just need a deep one corpse. Because that was the whole crux of the frickin' campaign for Pacifist, was getting it dead without killing it. Alright. Hell of a shot. Right over the top of the tank. I expected them to hit the tank. Alright, so 1, 2. Yeah, we've killed 4 so far. So my count is correct. There's another one probably dead in here because of the timing we saw, but... like, on the pause. That one didn't die. That was a Magnum Blast, not a dye grenade, right? I didn't do that. I've been known to do stupid stuff like that. Okay. That was a little bit more what I expected. Oof. It is weak. Alright. That's just the space bar. But I'm certain you could set that key to whatever you wanted. Uh-huh. And then what happened? Yeah, that wasn't to smoke. I did throw a Magna Blast, or else there would be a lot more smoke right there. That should kill him. There's also another deep one over here somewhere, but I wasn't able to get eyes on it. Oh, yeah. This is a torpedo launcher. You can't use that above water. See, it's been so long since I played an actual TFTD campaign. And the fact that they have mission-limited weapons based on what terrain. Alright, tank's probably dead. Not too bad. I'm still standing better than I ever did. Okay. Yeah, I'm still standing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm still standing. Yeah. You can stack grenades in TFTD because they actually have enough armor to survive their own explosion. Don't see another body over here, though. You've had your fun now, game. When I shoot them, die. They should die. Alright, step through here. Unless he walks up and opens that door. Which he will now do because I've spoken it into existence. It's okay, Olsen's gonna kill him. Bam! Uh-huh. And then what happened? Got 3 of them there. Both the deep ones and then a gill man. Hi. Howdy ho. I told you Olsen was gonna kill him. I was just wrong about the timing. There's the gill man. Alright, Baneling. Boom! Snipe him right between his gill man eyes. Bam! No. Yeah. I mean, it's a 0. I'm not expecting much there. Hiya! Nice throw. No! No! Haha. I said no and it didn't happen. Haha. That's right, the squad leader's panicking. Get wrecked, nerd. That's a deep one. That's a deep one. This door's open. Do 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 ba da da da. And it's alright. Da 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 da. Yeah, squad leader is the leader rank in TFTD. That's all that it is. I don't think I like you very much. So I'm gonna explode you. Okay. Enjoy your explosion. He did. That made it. The fuck are you doing? I think he was the one who was just knocked out and he recovered enough to stand up. That's why you don't have an experience. What are you made of? Holy balls. Our soldiers lead from the front, doesn't matter what rank they are. No sitting back on your laurels. Get out there and earn it. So we heard an auto door. Could be that one. Who the fuck was that? Who the fuck said that? You didn't have anything else to say? Bitch. Uh-huh. Ah! I am so tired of these attacks doing nothing! Stab him in the face! Full in the face! His whole damn head. There's a harpoon going through his head right now. All the way through. One into the other. And he's just standing there like, hey guys, what's up? Unacceptable. A pillow would do more damage. At least I could smother him with a pillow. Damn, that's a shot. Wow. All right, I mean, that was pretty cool. No politics, Saline. You know that. Don't kill me, bro. Don't kill me, bro. Ah! I wanted to kill you, though, bro. You panicked. Still can't hit you. That's a proxy, don't step on it. Wonder if he's holding a grenade. A sonic pulsar. That was just a warning shot to show what. Ah! I don't like it over here. Impress me. I'm impressed. Impress me again. A little bit less impressed. Just a little bit. Just a little bit less impressed with that shot. Okay. Okay. Yes, that was a growl of frustration. Tanks do tend to survive better in TFTD because, again, high armor and lower top-end damage means a tank with armor actually feels like it has armor most of the time. You fuckers! What hit him? What? What? There's no way this hit him. That's literally impossible. There has to be something up here, I guess. He's in deep smoke. It had to have been close enough to see him. And yet we can't see anything. We killed the one over here. It's right here. And they would see it. Oh, that's frustrating. Okay. It just died. So it was wounded. But got one more kill off. Oh, the barrels. Okay. Well, we lost one. Still got a positive score. Did not get any live aliens, but that's not really that big of a deal right now. Not bad for the first terror site. All right. Hold on those. Because it's almost the end of the month and I don't want to pay their salaries twice. Okay. Small, very deep. Where are you going? Get back here! I ain't done with you. Get back over water, you wimp. You think you're so funny. Damn. Okay. Found the sub. That's just my hotkey for resetting my scumbag counter. I just happen to have linked it with something that opens up the notes panel in game, but yeah, that's all that is resetting the scumbag counter. Alright, let's see. So this is an intact craft. This is a cruiser, I believe, is what they are called. Nope, let's split the gas cannons up. One of you has... Okay, a tracker. We'll have them stand over here. Give us info on who be doing what on the craft. Aquatoids! Like, zoinks. press me. I knew they were going to be in the way. All right. That's what someone needs to make. A Scooby-Doo XCOM mod. Classic XCOM. Playing as the Scooby-Doo gang. With the Mystery Machine van. See, that's the great thing about it. Make any stupid thing you want. Alright. Got 4 over here. Ah, well, 3. That's fine. 2 and a split. Yeah, okay. You ain't dead. Exactly, Magus. Ruh-roh, it's a Reaper. Like, nobody's scared of Reapers, Scoob. I found you, you little shit. I wasn't even looking for you. Well, I was, but not you specific. You're die. We'll talk about it later. I mean, you won't. You're dead, but we will. Why? Why do you have to miss by 1 tile? That invalidates the usefulness of that grenade. Is the number of scumbags per mission affected by the mods? Well, I don't have any mods on that affect any of the actual direct gameplay. So no, this is all vanilla crew sizes for aliens, which the only effect there is difficulty. We are playing on Superhuman, so it'll be the higher end of aliens per craft on Superhuman. But we don't have demigod difficulty turned on. Demigod difficulty is a setting in OpenXCOM that guarantees that it's always the maximum number. We don't have that turned on. They said they saw an ethereal, but it's only March. There can't be ethereals in March. I think what we have on our hands is an imposter. And it's just 2 sectoids standing on each other's shoulders with a ethereal hood on, trying to walk around and... yeah, sectoids in a 2 sectoids in a trench coat, yeah. You started the only line that allowed you to get close to us without setting off that grenade. That is impressively bad. That's a sectoid, essentially. That's a watery sectoid. That's a wet sectoid, and he took 3 harpoons to the butt to die. Stop missing! Gotcha. I do distinctly prefer the somewhat simplistic and quaint design of some of the maps from UFO Defense compared to some of these maps, which are just like, why are you punishing me for playing your game by making this map so deplorable? Ah! None of you can throw, and I am mad about it. Oh, it's a miracle. Whoa, ho, ho, it's magic. I'm trying to get approximated into the correct spot. Because if it's here, they can walk out and towards me. It needs to be here so that it can catch these tiles. They kept fucking missing. That's why there's a pile of them there. Actually, these aliens aren't Martians in that they are from the Martian DNA. They are Earthborn. Actually, they are from the underwater city of Teleth. So it would be improper to say that they would be blasted back to Mars when they were never on Mars to begin with. Keep missing your throws, nerd. I didn't miss a throw. Do you see any of these soldiers named The Voice? These aliens are probably directly descendant from a sectoid offset, but are aquatically evolved? Gilman are life forms common to, like, from Earth. They are not alien in origin. They are suppressed and oppressed and taken over by the aliens. So there is at least one form of enemy life in this game that is not an actual alien. Americans don't play handball. That's why they suck at throwing. I'm gonna doubt that any of these soldiers is American, first off. Our base isn't even in America. And have you ever heard of baseball? I think we do just fine on the throwing. Nerd. Or basketball. Yeah, there's another one. I just went to the most directly throwing related, because, yes, basketball obviously is moving the ball through space, but that's shooting, not throwing. So, throwing something roughly grenade-sized, my brain went in baseball. Yes, you're from Iceland, but you don't live in a bubble. I mean, as far as I know. I mean, what's the national sport of Iceland? Freezing? Hey, Voldaris, thanks for gifting us up to that Icelandic nerd there. No proxy grenades at the entrance? What do you mean? There are like 7. Yes, there's proxy grenades at the entrance. I have talked before about how I would love to one day have the ability to visit, you know, some other parts of the world, and Iceland has been one that's been on my list to maybe be able to visit someday. And it was really cool to find out that there's not just like 1 or 2, but there's like 4 or 5 people who have tuned into the stream or are regulars on the stream who are from Iceland, which is crazy because there's only like 12 of you to begin with. So, like, a good portion of that country's population watches this stream, and that's pretty cool. Obviously a joke. Well, mostly a joke. Kazendo, you said Iceland has good hot dogs. There's a content creator. I've seen him on YouTube. I'm sure he's on other platforms as well. But he does, I think he might be from Iceland himself, but I'm not sure. But he does content about Scandinavian and Baltic, you know, part of the world. And he did one video talking about the food from each of the Nordic countries. He did Iceland, Sweden, whatever, and he would say one thing, and also hot dogs. In Sweden, we have whatever he would list, and also hot dogs, and he did that for all of them. I'm not familiar with the region enough, but apparently, according to that, it's something that's quite a popular food item across the Nordic countries, so... Closing in on 400,000 people here. That's pretty awesome, Thorsnor. I live a couple hours from a city that has 3 times that many people in it. That's pretty cool, though. That's not a brag. I don't need to be around that many people. I just comparative size. It really, you know, it brings it into focus. Yes, exactly, Bangaron, with some gem on the side. Exactly. We have some of this with some gem on the side. And we have some of this, don't say it, with some gem on the side. Uh-huh. I cannot think of his name off the top of my head, but yeah, those have been funny little shorts and videos to come across for me. Those might be the last 2 aliens. I'm pretty sure that they are. Yeah, he's done some other stuff. That's just how I became familiar with him, but he's done a handful of cool videos. 400K isn't much population-wise. I mean, it doesn't seem like much until you know, put them all in one area. 400,000 is not a small amount of people, but it's not that big either. It's all comparative, right? It's all relative. Trojan, specifically to make you ask that question. That's literally the only reason I researched and built Gauss weapons, so that someone in the chat could, you know, respond in a manner of disbelief and confusion as to why I built them. Entirely for that reason. Iceland is 103,000 square kilometers, which is roughly 40,000 square miles. It's roughly the size of the U.S. state of Virginia or Kentucky. Slightly larger than South Korea. This is just like size comparisons to random places. And about roughly 10 to 15% of the country's landmass is covered by glaciers. But it's also evolving and changing relatively regularly because of active volcanic activity. Active volcanic activity. Because of volcanic activity. Chaos. It was probably around this time last year or early this year that I did the most recent, pacifist run. Yeah, something like that. Passive-aggressive volcanic activity. That's the best kind. Not very dense population-wise. A vast majority of that population, from my understanding, lives in one major metropolitan area around the capital. I'm speaking out of just knowledge gleaned on the internet. I don't know. I've never been there. And but from what I know, from what I understand, most of the population lives in a pretty contained region. Come on, fellas! There we go. See, not all the proxies get blown up. That's why it doesn't matter if you stack them, because grenades in TFTD can survive their own explosion, so you can stack them. You're gonna die. Okay. Not super keen on blowing up stuff over here, but if it wins the mission. Okay. All right, not bad. Kazendo and the Cobeers. It's good stats on this soldier. Oh, that's still a C. Okay, well, I don't know what the name was. I don't know why I just named those. I guess I thought they had... Okay, well... They've been on missions, but they haven't upgraded. So maybe I'll just do they gotta survive a mission. I don't know. If they die, they die. But I thought they had promoed because I didn't see rookie, and that's what my brain was looking for. But that's fine. Okay, we're early in the month. No, we're about to end the month. Okay. Good. Excellent score for the first month is always nice to accomplish. Perfect. Build living quarters. Laboratory. And let's get our second base going. Yeah, we'll cover China, Neo-Japan, a little bit of Eurasia. We'll go higher in the Japan Sea, basically. Actually, that'll work. That gets me all of Neo-Japan, Free China, Fed Korea. Yeah, that'll work. What are we calling this base, guys? What do we call her? Iceland is the Rhode Island of countries. Interesting. What do we call it? Classic is something like SeaWorld, but Red Lobster is another one that we often do. All right, I've got an ad break coming up in just about 10 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and just take that break a little bit early because we've been live for about 4 hours and I haven't taken a break yet. So I'm going to go ahead and take my first break, probably my only break for today. You guys think of some names for this base, throw them in chat, and when I get back, I'll pick one that I like, or I'll think of one on my own if I don't see one. So take about a 5 to 10 minute break, stand up, stretch, move around, do what you need to do. We'll be back in just a few to continue this Terror from the Deep Superhuman Ironman vanilla run. I'll see you guys in just a few minutes. Thank you for your patience during the breaks, folks. We'll go with Badlantis because there was a couple suggestions for it. Don't build down there. What am I doing? Building facilities. Okay. All right, let them finish the med kits. Okay. Money's fine. Good. Hey, ho home, what's up? All right. Just looking over the research tree. Making sure I'm not going to screw up anything. Yep. This should be the highest profit. 1.5, 1.15. Yeah. Okay. Good. Typical low activity February for TFT. I should probably pause the other redeems because we're not doing classes during these just vanilla runs. We're just doing soldiers randomly. But, yeah. Falcon Islands. We need those for, strategic sheep purposes. All right. Terror site number 2. Which, yeah, we need because we haven't had any missions this month. We get it in the daylight, so... Yeah, as soon as he fires one rocket, he'll be good on weight. Proxies are a little bit less useful on Terror site where civilians will be present and moving, so favor pulsars here. Okay. Same thing again. I can't even throw a smoke grenade out because he's going to shoot back if I do. Okay. Nice. Not so nice. Oh my god, I left you with this thing. I literally talked about how... Oh, he fires a rocket. He can't fire a rocket. He can't fire that thing on... Okay, we're not using a torpedo launcher anymore. That's 2 hits from a Gauss rifle. Die! Huh. That angle was not exactly what I was expecting. Two down, 2 still visible. Or were. All the cities are dead, I don't care. Nothing I can do for them. The tank got one-tapped by a deep one. I dislike you immensely right now, game. Oh, that just dramatically shifts the tone of this mission. Did hit him. All right. Alright. It was a good shot. I didn't kill him because why would it?